Welcome in, YouTube, to patch 7.3 Final Fantasy XIV, The Promise of Tomorrow. This is the second time I'm doing this intro because I screwed up the first one, and I almost feel like I've screwed up the second one, but we're just going to keep going. We're just going to roll with it. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down below, and that you can catch me live on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalebGames here, where I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. Look forward to the Alliance Raid video, YouTube, which will be up tomorrow, assuming I finish it today on stream. Yeah. Anyway, all that to say, let's get on over to the gameplay and see what this patch, as this slowly falls down, is all about. We're gonna go here. To the back rooms. Not with a casting couch, by the way, it's just the back rooms. There's no casting couch. I have already upgraded 2 of Arilith's accessories. If you have a moment, Arilith, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Okay, I can do that. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. Has Geode always had an eye patch? I feel like that is a detail I am just now discovering. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seem noble enough. Exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Never Keep's core systems, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create Endless 1,000-fold. Indeed, Azul, there will be spoilers, but we already talked about that, so you're probably actually going to, if anything, just lurk. But even then, if you're not lurking, that's okay too. I get not wanting to have spoilers. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. Well, I'll help you. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. I appreciate it all the same, Azul. Thanks for the lurk while you're near and far from your phone today. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time. I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolol. Alfino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Arilith's group, if you'll have me. Oh, of course we will, Sven. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Quest accepted. I need like a voiced cutscene so I can try and get their voices in my head again. Shales I can remember from the dungeon, not that I can do it any sort of justice at all. Kryles is lost to me, and so is Wuklamats. And I'm assuming Geode sounds kind of country and a little deep. But even then, I think I'm giving him more of like a British accent or an English accent. You liked the half British and the Queen? That's fair. That's fair. Oh, the half British of the Queen. That's more fair, actually. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? The people seem uneasy. Are you alright, Geode? Let's see what there is to see. I'm gonna go with the people seem uneasy. Arilith is not very in tune with other people. Like on a personal level, like the question for Geode. They do, and I can't say as I blame them. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they are greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields of fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility, after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I laid claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. 'Twould certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Arilith and I will take the east. I thought we were going to get paired with Sphene. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past Trueview and await you there. But I guess that's fair. Apparently we don't get to spend time with Sphene. Alright, Geode. Let's go. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Oh, that's right, now we get tutorials on like how escorts work and other types of missions. Okay, I guess we just go this way. Somber citizen. Are the sentries and airwheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again. And maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. Buddy. No, you don't. You really don't. What do you got, Geode? Discuss Trueview. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day. But once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Interesting. I'm guessing you would have preferred to go with Sphene and Did he hear me? I'm guessing you would have preferred to go with Sphene and Cryle, but I'm afraid you're stuck with me. And I grow on people though, I promise. It's not that I didn't want to spend time with you, Geode. It's not that at all. It's that I just wanted to spend time with Sphene more. Grieving citizen. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. There's not much to tell. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His airwheeler dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. I feel like the game was listening to me though, because I'm like, I want to spend time with Sphene, and then Geode's like, listen, I know you didn't want to spend time with me. I know. Light-hearted citizen. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make up your mind. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Arilith, a word. I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. The people are still deathly afraid? That fights are likely to break out over the neo-regulators? That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator? That fights are likely to break out over the regulators? The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report. But are you sure there wasn't anything else? That people are still deathly afraid? That's a point of concern, don't get me wrong, but I think we were acutely aware of it already. That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator? Yes, that's it. Took you long enough to get there, kid, but I knew if I let you answer every possible option, eventually you would pick the right one. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks, and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the streets over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Yeah, but that's why sometimes, you just gotta take liberties. Okay, we've already done that discussion. Let's get our sprint going so we can have the jog status. You gotta run up the railings. There you go, Geode. Good job, good job. Discuss the hover cargo. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who would always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Aside from Oblivion members, only a handful of people used to go out and about without regulators. How times have changed. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Interesting. Only people without regulators have died. Unsettled sanitation worker. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Arilith, I think it's time we rejoin Cryo and Sphene. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Cryo say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Trueview? Let's get going. Okay, buddy. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. I love the music here. I also bet during the next set of normal raids, someone becomes, their like thing is a succubus, and someone's gonna have a T-Rex too. Or some kind of a dinosaur, because look over here, we got a pterodactyl. Alright, Kryle. Actually, let's talk to Sphene first. We finished our patrol as well. Did it not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before? So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative, and only apply to that zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data. But, this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become an endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, if they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability, the chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme. Or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What of the dust found at various sites? Could something have been done to the victim? What of the dust found at various sites? Ugh. Right. The sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies. Now where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Arenville from the sentries in the outskirts? That usher Malachite told us as much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. The bodies are turning into piles of ash. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Arilith, we need your help! I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Absolutely, Golozha. Let's go. Damn it. A new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. To the residential district. Is it just going to take us there, or are we going to have to actually run there? Oh, sweet, it just takes us there. I love when the cutscenes do that. Oh, voice acting. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like how it turned its head completely around.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone.
I actually feel like I wasn't that far off on Geode's voice.
Are you all right?
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything.
A B&E?
I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
Oof.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
No regulator.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Oh no, isn't that the kid who had the Levin sickness?
Go to them, quickly!
Uh-oh.
Wildquay!
There we go.
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Uh-oh.
Isadora!
Arilith, you have healing classes too. Do something.
Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No.
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
Well, luckily Arilith wasn't in her healing class, she's in her gunbreaker. So she doesn't look entirely useless. But Morrigan will in that cutscene.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
The Promise of Tomorrow. That's probably end of the cutscene with voice acting, right? I can totally safely bring my webcam back. Yeah. All right. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry. He must have fallen protecting the resident. Tacos de carne asada. Now we're gonna take the Night World silver pieces. The endless choice. Our comrade. You think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. It is a high-pitched with her voice that I can't hit. Alright, what does Sphene have to say here? That man, This is awful. Why? Why is this happening? Isadora is going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other, then, all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakwe sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Aw, thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and we've been using them to coordinate our movements with allies in the vicinity. Oyakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said that he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Look, it's our party of 3. Anxious Oblivion member, leave matters here to us. We'll see to our fallen comrade and make sure no one else comes to harm. Hopeful Oblivion member, I hope you find Geode soon. I know he's probably saving people with one hand and fighting off threats with the other, but I can't help but worry. Pray thank your Milala friend for me. I would still be a helpless mess if not for her encouragement. What bottoms is this one wearing? Woodland Wardens. Okay. Geode! I ran into a wall. It's fine. It's fine. Geode! Patero squirrel. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. As I immediately turn to the west. Destination all around. You see no sign of Geode. Wayakwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode! Geode, answer me! There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. Well, this time I made sure I did not turn to the west. I bet you it's up here where this group of other players are. This survey location's taken a while. I bet you it triggers a cutscene. Nope, you see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. Oh, it does. Never mind.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join...
Uh-oh. Oh, is this when we see someone turn into a pile of ash? Oh, that's horrifying.
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether.
Oh no.
The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
I feel like he's gonna get snuck up on here.
Shit.
Uh-oh. Did that dude not hear the gunshots? Or does he just not? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Damn you!
His gun stopped working.
You can't be here! You need to run, now!
Uh-oh. He didn't care that there was gunshots.
A trap!
Oh no. We are gonna have to hurry.
Take care of the others, eh?
Buddy, no. This is when we jump in. We're close.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
There's his gun.
Geode!
It's gonna slowly pan up to his body laying on the ground. There's one dead. Oh. It wasn't him though. This is like your typical thing where like they show a dead body, but his death happened off screen. Geode's not dead yet.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
Not this way.
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
Wow.
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
No. You would only seek other victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
Dang right it was.
I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
I don't think that was Geode's dust. I think he is still out there. This pile of dust. These ashes. And the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen ether allowed for many more Endless, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Kyle, what are you saying? Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Arilith. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bro, you cannot be sweeping up the ashes. What do you mean? Though gripped by sadness, Fiend spurs herself to action. That's so... It's also not a bro, but... I will hold on to Geode's gun. If you could take the cell soul, please. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakwe to meet us there as well. We're just gonna teleport over there. Okay. Save me the walk. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Were her and Geode a thing? Here is his soul? As far as we can tell?
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is?
That's the thing, he doesn't think life is anything.
I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Okay, but first off, storming off by yourself is doing something stupid. What's to say you don't get out there on your own and then Calyx goes, oh, look at this. Another one to join my flood of souls. Click. Kryl, follow her.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We all know Kryl can take care of herself.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now.
Aww.
We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
I hate to be the jerk here, but I don't know if time is something that we have.
Oh, Geode.
That's gonna end up being a trap. I'm also still not convinced that Geode is dead. Alright, let's talk with everyone real quick. I am told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They all risked so much. We made a swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks. All to harvest more ether, it seems. I got back control of the sentries, probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him. I've spoken with Wuklamot. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We are all here with you. Buddy, I just gave your reflection a bunch of Demi-Atma. He could probably use your help. They brought back Geode's gun. Its rounds were spent and its barrel was scorched, so you can be sure he went down fighting. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... He was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Kafkiwa. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. I'm gonna be honest here about something. I always got they-them vibes from Shale. And I feel like it might have been a little cowardice on Square Enix's part to not lean into that. I don't know what it's like in the original, like, Japanese version, but, like, in the translation, I feel like they could have leaned into that to give a little bit of representation here. But... apologies. My mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Hey, Duck! Thank you for the resub. That's right, this is not a new character because this is patch 7.3, and we're having to run it today. Well, we don't have to run it today, but we are running it today. New character stuff is typically going to be on Fridays. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kafkiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Right then. Let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. You still stand by your statement? You know what, Duck? That's fair. It is fair, but I also still stand by mine. I will be right back because pre-rolls have just turned back on, and I am going to get rid of ads by running 3 minutes of ads. So with that, everybody hang around, watch ads if you want to, go get yourself some water or something. That's what I'm gonna do, and we will be back shortly. Let me bring the game audio back as well. There we go. And as you can see, we are now standing. Alright, let's see what Shale has to say. Actually, I want to see something real quick. How dark does it get in here if I do that? And then I also do this. And does it look good on... You can't even tell what it is back there. Okay, but what if I do this? Where is it? Hold on. I have this. I just have to be able to... Makes me very, very white. I can change the... Still, like, really washes out my face. Actually, that's not too bad now. Yeah, we'll go with that. Why not? Okay! It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of airwheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Oh, do we get to go on a bike ride with Shale? Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. Mount the air... Yes! Are we gonna... I'm gonna also walk, why not? These airwheelers are Gnault's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. Is she gonna tell us about when they met? Because he thinks she forgot. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. I will say it is like a pretty, despite being gray and everything, or purple. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Wasn't as long of a ride as it could have been. Whew. That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Arilith, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I can remember, at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. If not, don't worry, I can handle it. Hey, I'm gonna bet the way isn't clear of pests. There we go. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we? We shall. We shall. Ba-bow, ba-bow. Is it gonna be another voice acted one? I feel like it's going to. Let me turn the webcam off.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Sure. I will in spirit. Nah, that might be what Folly picks, because Folly does not like people giving her drinks. To Geode's memory. Which I am still not convinced he's dead.
Oh.
Fancy finding you two here.
What are the two of you doing here?
Same thing you are?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
Are we all about to get drunk right before having to do some kind of big dungeon and trial?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
I mean, that is why you came here, in all honesty. Don't try and hide it. I'm gonna bet the voice acting's done, but I'm not gonna bring my webcam back until I know for sure.
They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization.
I couldn't have been more wrong or proven wrong faster than I was right there. That's funny.
You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company.
Why is that in quotations? Are they implying that she was an escort?
So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument.
Oh, they got into a fist fight?
Tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
My money is actually that it was on Shale who threw the first punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. A pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
And I would bet that's Kafkiwa.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state.
She probably never was again.
The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
And now only Shale. Allegedly.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
You are quite welcome, Shale.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Sorry, I had to step away for just a second. I'm back now, though. I was here for the cutscene, like it literally was just like 20 seconds ago. Or the last 10 seconds. I had to check my phone real quick. Everything's good, by the way. I appreciate you helping me through this. Not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Somehow I became a part of this underground organization. Let's take the quick arm materia. Because I play a faster speed Gunbreaker, because it's the one that I'm most comfortable with. So my best in slot usually, at least when it comes to like the pentamelded gear, requires a lot of skill speed. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. Welcome in, Bridget. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Absolutely. Azul is also in here lurking. Well, sort of lurking. He said he doesn't care if he gets spoilers that much, but he's going to be near his phone and away from his phone, but he's going to have it playing, so I appreciate all of it the same. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Kryl for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Arilith? I'm going to tell you in just a second. Arilith, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until after you've finished attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on, I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Okay, if you say so. Speak with Sphene in the outskirts. Well, we'll just teleport there then. Because that's going to be the quickest way to get there. My eyeball itches. Alright. Arilith, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Well, let's go to this one over here, because it's the closest. Trembling Resident. Oh, please tell me you brought more Neo-Regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some. Or perhaps Queen Sphene. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Uh-oh. This way. Pepawane. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen Sphene. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for Neo-Regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate enough to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Can you tell that he's got one of the new ones? You can! That's cool. Alright, because the Neo regulators were black instead of white. Now we fly over to this one. I don't know why I had to have an evil laugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yep. Neo regulator equipped resident. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those Neo regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. I'm not sure you understand the meaning of the words you just said. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? The fear is palpable. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Probably right about now. Arilith, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamachi and Alfino. Where's resolution again? Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. I don't know why we're singing Indiana Jones. We're at resolution. Oh, this is gonna probably be the start of like getting prepping us for the dungeon.
Happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion.
That's morbid.
Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
This is horrifying.
Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless.
They all look so smug.
With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
You gotta say something, Wuklamat.
The Landscar are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do?
That's actually a really good question. And I have no ideas.
I am not their queen.
And we're back. Let's talk to everyone real quick. First, those deadly malfunctions, and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 enlists, perhaps more than necessary even. We had the hopefuls who descended on Lamachi dispersed for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx, and soon. My apologies. The sign is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. Well, that's because of Calyx. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Kyle told me everything that happened while we were away. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamat, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and will be able to pick up the pace once the Lands God arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. You give so much of yourselves to aid those in need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. Preservation there. I didn't see what the quest was called. Tuliolal would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Wuklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wished that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. I'm just gonna stay quiet. I'm not gonna interject myself into this. I'm gonna let them have their moment. I'm gonna stand there like a proud matchmaker. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are! Galulja! Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news, Arilith. We finally found a chink in Calyx's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you all for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Speak with the lift attendant. It's this way. And there's a lot of people for us to talk to. We'll start with Shale. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we were inside. It wasn't actually all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. It sounds like Galulja played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. Shale made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. You mean hacking? Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think at what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. An institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city. Yet I cannot help but wonder if this one is where my parents worked. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level. Voice acting? I just got that vibe.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
I was right.
It's so dark I can barely see.
You had a perfectly lit up terminal. This doesn't scream trap
Just
to
a
me.
moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
I didn't do that, though. I'm just guessing here.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Look at the repost signal, or symbol right there on that, like, trash can. Actually, it probably stands for recycling now that I'm looking at it. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electrope magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it, and in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we find one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path ahead. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Okay. We're gonna, like, investigate everything. Abandoned paperwork. A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. Half-open desk drawers. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. Rifle through the half-open desk drawers. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. That looks like it could be a security card. Let's see if it works. I'm gonna be annoyed if I got it first try. No luck so far. This bin had nothing in it at all. Oh, the arcane circuits in use here are decades old. I'll keep at it, but a security card might be the only way we're getting past this lock anytime soon. Is this really a preservation laboratory? I thought there'd be something more, I don't know, special about it. These shelves are almost entirely bare, but I'll examine the files to be certain. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. Card-shaped object. There's no way it's a level 1 card, right? You hold the card-shaped object to the scanner. Oh my god. So there's a bunch of stuff that we just didn't get to look through. It's open! You did it, Arilith! And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. Are you curious, though? Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director, Demetrius. Or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onward. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. The terminal screen displays what appears to be the index page of an employee manual. Personnel protocols. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms, the Researcher's Commons, the Proto Lab, or the Deutero Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation contains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Alright, research objectives. Access denied. Please log in with your personal account to view leadership personnel. Complex Director Demetrius, Protolab Chief is EOS 4, Deutero Lab Chief Redacted. Bet you it's Calyx. I bet you it's Calyx. Looks like every room can be accessed from this hub. This must be the door to the director's office. Go on, try the card. Not a single soul here besides us. Going by the room labels on the map, we haven't entered any of the actual labs yet. Stop, I want to talk to Shale. I want to talk to Shale? Another locked door. We could try the same card again, but, well, we gotta try it. But it's not gonna work. Even I know that. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good? Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Proto-Lab. That door is already open, at least. We will find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. This way. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be like a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. Couldn't happen. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate 2019-30 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158, maximum value of 11509. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163, new proposal produced a result of 9834. The decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. Okay, let me grab a sticky note real quick. Probably should have done this before I clicked through everything. Okay, so sticky note. I need a pen. I need a pen. I need a pen. I need a pen. There we go. Got a pen. Okay. All right, Wu Clement, one more time. 148, but that is a 2019-30. Yep. 158 is 11509. And then 163 is 9834. Okay. Cryo. This machine feeds into a soul cell. Oh, I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 showed a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number, huh? It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Skim through the entries, yes. Today I begin my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calyx's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab Chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the Director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Alright. The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You have gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination? Yes. Select the number on the keypad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm key. Okay. 11509. Confirm. Let's go! The locker pops open and you discover a level 2 security card. Arilith, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Arilith. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more, what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx in his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot! The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Dawntrail lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Okay. Can I interact with that data tech? Nope. Guess not. Sprint! Everyone's gonna tell me to try the door, right? What else do they have in this place? If I read that map right, it must be a lot smaller than the Yawada facility. Calyx hasn't bothered to show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us, or maybe he's just watching and waiting. The scanner awaits. Hold the security card up to the panel and it should unlock the door. It seems not everyone who joined preservation became endless right away. It must have been research that required physical bodies. There were others beside my parents who left preservation. Where might they be now? Scanning device, level 2 security card, blah 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 blah. Blargity blarg blarg. Yes, it opened! So where should we go first? The Dawntrail lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Shouldn't the security card open this door as easily as the last one? What is it, Galulja? How strange, this door is not lit up like the others. What does this sign say? Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Dawntrail lab, shall we? Okay. The Dawntrail lab must have required greater amounts of energy to operate. What kind of experiments were they conducting in here? Oh good, the terminal is lit up. That means we have power in this room. Those are some big flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they're for. So this room was for managing the power supply and utilities. I hope they kept security cards in here as well. Is there anything to look at over here? Nope, not yet anyway. Engaging power supply. No good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, And by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Deutero lab, which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to flow. Oh, okay, so this is like Bioshock. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it! I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Arilith? The rest of us can help by supplying Arilith with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. I mean, realistically, I'm assuming we have to get one of these 2 points to here. You should be confused. And then we basically, I'm assuming, have to have an uninterrupted path from here to here. But let's see what everyone has to say. I was able to glimpse part of a warning behind the containers. From what I could make out, it said, "Caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns." I suppose that means only one of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time. Okay, so we can't have like multiple triangles and stuff. The generator doesn't seem to need any fancy settings. As long as it's running and the circuit is fixed, we should have a power supply ready to go. Arilith, take a look at this diagram. Oh. I mean, okay. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit panels to provide an uninterrupted path. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square is in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Galulja is working on, yeah? It's hard to make out the rest, but assuming these are the 4 tile patterns, the bottom right is a square and the top right is half a circle? Yeah, no, so, okay. This is every answer we need. Coming off the generator, we have the square. Up from that is the circle. Over here, you can see this bottom corner here and stuff. So this is going to be the diamond leading into the computer, which would make this the triangle. There's our answer. There's something to get you started at least, but let's still talk to Kryl. These appear to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the tablets, but none are relevant to the task at hand. I've also had no luck locating more security cards. We'll have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. Okay. You must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct position, access the control panel, and to reconfigure the circuitry. This should be the triangle. This should be the square. This should be the circle, which would make this the diamond. Boom. You have connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. It worked! We did it, Arilith. Yes, we did. The Deutero lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the Early Days is the title. Of course. It'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. It looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation. An Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's design for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still, he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports of endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into? Did he change, I wonder? Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs, that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? We shall. If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero Lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Okay, let's end the quest real quick, and then we're going to take another short break to run some ads, because pre-rolls are back. Yes, the door has power now! Had his own body not been fated to fail him so young, would Calix have pursued his endless project with such fervor? Everything we read in this place sings Calix's praise. The people who worked here must have truly idolized him. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by Preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. A security card if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Da-da-da. Alright, we'll take the Night World silver piece, and we will be right and bring back game audio. Okay. Calculated evolution. Shale is examining the card scanner. Right, I'll get this door open. That was easy. Whew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Oh, it's gonna cutscene us, okay. Okay. Gods above, isn't that... The key? Yep. Yep, it is. The key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Arilith has? Ah. We may have been hard laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with Electro but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by Preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Fair. Boom, 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 boom. Storage crate. This lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Are these just giant 3D printers? That's exactly what these are. Okay. I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something. I'm sure of it. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. I keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here despite knowing there is none. Cabinet drawer. You find a security card! Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be... okay. Well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Arilith. Oh, a level 3! That should get us into the director's office! So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the keyholder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is likely a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be entirely on the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Arilith's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I forgot to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then. Give us some voice acting.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh snap!
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of a bite of food. Okay, there we go. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right, the echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office! Was Calyx the one who gave orders to execute defectors? The more we learn about him, the less I understand. I don't expect to find any information on my parents in this next room either, and that's something I can be proud of. My earlier investigations put the data relay just past this door. Let's get it open, shall we? Hearing Kryl talk about her parents reminded me of how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never really get over it. That man in the recording was Director Demetrius, and this must be his office. A scanning device that awaits silently for my card. Boom. There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find that data relay, and don't be shy everyone, speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Arilith, come with me. I might have need of that security card. First, we talk with everyone else though. This Director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incenses and vases and some kind of gem display? Something odd, something odd. There's a data tablet. Oh, my apologies, I was thinking about the key. This is a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy we can harness per individual. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. The office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Arilith, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Well, there's electro things on either side. Does this display do nothing else? Shale says this room is too small. How could that be? Something is strange about this wall. I could have sworn it flickered for a moment. Seems solid enough now. These drawers have only big heavy rocks in them, or heavy books in them. I would have filled them with snacks. No, but maybe the books are hiding something. I'll check. Beverage station. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Office shelves. You find a crumpled note wedged between the binders. Secure room lift access requires passwords to be input simultaneously at the Proto Lab, the Deutero Lab, and the Director's office. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to Shale. Soul Cell storage case. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the Director. They appear to be empty. Cluttered side table, okay. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Examine the data tablet. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports. Nothing of note, the mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory facilities of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note, rejected resignation of 2 Malala researchers. That's Cryo's parents! Major incident, details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, we must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Okay. Open the locker. The door to the locker swings open easily. Good lord, this guy had an obsession. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Alright, Shale. Have you found something? Yeah, this crumpled note. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No. A precautionary measure, no doubt, and if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift is concealed too. Concealed? By Electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kafkua used to say, Shale? Never trust an Electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. You can pass right through Electrope. Truly? It never had that property in my time. Arilith is having a little fun, I think. What we mean is Electrope can project a false appearance. Oh, I'm annoyed. In which case it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Ooh, another door! I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. Then I'll take the Deutera lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. I will take the Deutera lab then. Deutera lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Arilith, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wuklamont and Kryl through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there. The one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrope it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. It's another puzzle that's missing a component. Illusion. I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe solve the puzzle. You got it. Let's see, if I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There! Huh? There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one just in case. I should take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have hints to the password. Jewel display plate. Yeah, it's very clearly. The two jewels are embedded in this electro plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Insert the Alexandrite. Look at that. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. Could this represent a floor plan of this complex? As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond to the rooms in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. Sapphire. The slot contains a sapphire. It's placed in the floor plan, corresponds to the proto lab. This slot contains a garnet. It's placed in the floor plan, corresponds to the Deutero lab. This slot contains an Alexandrite. It's placed in the floor plan, corresponds to the director's office. The glowing word appears to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Cancel. Alright, Sphene. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. The symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? I do, actually. Sapphire and garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. You've gathered enough information to attempt entering the passwords. We're all set to go here. Wuklamont and Kryl are just waiting on their password. Let's start with Wuklamont in the Proto Lab. What word should she enter? The Proto Lab was Sapphire, which was honesty. And the password for Kryl in the Deutero Lab was Garnet, which was devotion. And lastly, what will we input for the director's office? Protection. Right, we have all three passwords ready. Now we enter into the system at the same time. I'm actually really enjoying the puzzle solving aspect. Let's go! Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wuklamont and Kryl rejoin us. Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum. Alright. Well, that went well. Excellent clue finding, Arilith. Speaking of gemstone symbology, for Alexandrians, Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents named me, it was with their wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope for our people. To think on it now, I have ever shared that destiny with my other self. Great work, Arilith. Leave it to you to divine passwords from an ornamental display. We did it! Thanks to you and a little bit thanks to me, I hope. Buddy, you were a huge help. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Voice acting?
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
I don't know.
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
The cloud. They're in the cloud. In a world formed of data?
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
The mesoterminal.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the mesoterminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The mesoterminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphene's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the mesoterminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
Apparently not.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
That's not creepy at all. I also feel like I should be flattered, though.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
They'll continue to kill Alexandrians.
I will wait, and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless.
Yep.
Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
Oh, the anger in his eyes.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx.
Agreed.
Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
I'm with you.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, Allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Ugh. Well, that was an adventure. I'm opening a thing, sorry. I have gushers. It may not have been by the method Shale was hoping, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Don't make me run there. Just take me back. Let's go. I've passed on the short version of events to our comrades so that we can all prepare for the challenge ahead. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. Shale has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said. But don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. In that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge would come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Okay. One of our own. Arilith, we've briefed Arenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Okay. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Mesoterminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Of course, but no reckless heroics. If things take a grim turn, I will keep you safe. I shall hold you to that, but I will also protect you in turn, because that is what comrades do. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Can we get him better clothes than like the sack that he wears? Oh, Arilith, Pryl and I think that we should talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Here we go. Final stretch of the Dawntrail story. Because the next two patches will be setting up whatever 8.0 is going to be. And I am excited to see what that may be. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum bam bam ba-dam bam bam. I don't know why Indiana Jones music has been stuck in my head. Sphene. Government officials must be fielding demands from all quarters. I do not envy Gosan his position. The air is thick with a sense of unease, not least around Gosan himself. I see Gosan's wearing a neo-regulator. He'll have some thoughts to share on the subject, I'll wager. Probably.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Who is that? Oh. I mean, I recognize him, but still.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down.
Fair enough.
We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Throw it on the ground and step on it. Smash it. Do it.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
I mean, people knew. Like, this isn't a shock. See, they're all gonna be like, come on. We knew.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sveen has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
Gonna cry. Maybe not.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Now, I do think she will return. But, like, that's also classic. They say that line and then they don't return. And they die. Yeah, but Azul, you don't have context for that spoiler, so it's fine. It's fine. Wuklamont, what do you have to say? Oh, I should probably bring my webcam back. Sveen must be so overjoyed to be so welcomed by her countrymen. For their sakes, we need to bring her back safely. I'm glad we were able to hear the will of the Alexandrian people. Now it falls to us to see the rest of it through. It is a relief to be freed from my indecision. Until I had removed my regulator, I hadn't realized quite how heavy it weighed upon me. My neck is sore. Hello, remember me? The hunter from the Thunderyards. It's been a while, but we met when you first arrived in the dome. We've been talking with Lathander and the others, and thanks to some very convincing arguments, we've come around to the idea that we need to start taking responsibility for the future of our nation. There are those like us who rely on regulators for their work, and others who aren't quite ready to give up what they have, but we all share a desire to make things better. Alright, now let's talk to Sveen then. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gosan. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-Regulator away where no one can get into it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to most recent surveys, the number of Neo-Regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Uh-oh. Nothing better happened to my boy.
Things seem much the same.
I just realized I didn't mute for that cough. I'm sorry.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Look at his little Kafkiwa keychain. It's just an Outrunner. It's not Kafkiwa. It's 100% Kafkiwa. You can lie all you want, buddy. Speak with Y'shtola at Lane Node Minimo. Alright, so we are going to finish this quest and then take another short break because we are once again about to have pre-rolls back and I want to get those away so people can come in without having to have that. 3 hours in and we haven't hit the dungeon yet. Pretty excited about that, actually. Trial! Coming here reminds me of my parents, of the courage they gave me. Seems Alfino and Alize were the ones to explain to Kona our need to enter the cenote. He urged us to be extremely careful, of course. I had scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now that I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place, it brings tears to my eyes. Last time I had to wait in the cenote, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. It is good to rejoin you all. I needed to step away briefly that I might make arrangements for a certain precautionary measure. Oh, I just talked to you. Now I need to talk to Raha, the one that sounds like you but slightly different. We've all been so busy. It seems an age since last we'd gathered in such a manner. I must say, we do make for a formidable group. Where's Thancred and Urianger? Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note aside from with the mesoterminal itself. Why? What's happened to the mesoterminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope, all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Alright, and with that, we will be right back, everyone. Let's do this. A terminal invitation. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. Let's do this. Probably gonna have dungeon and trial back to back. Hey look, there's the convenient thing. So this is where the former queen's memories were stored. And she herself tried to erase them. Even as an endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her heart to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. Living memory is steeped in the dense lightning ether of the ninth. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. I could remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered and my eyes could barely focus. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as the endless faded away. I do not believe that was a performance staged to deceive us. As for the meso-terminal, however, it had already grown dark by the time we had returned from the virtual domain. While I am loath to admit it, 'tis possible its true appearance was hidden from us in our absence, which is why we must bring this tale to its denouement by our own hand. It hadn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal, although I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating Endless would have required maintenance administered by corporeal hands. An endless existence for the evolution of mankind. I understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to do so with such ruthlessness. Alright, let's do this. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. In the daytime, though. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Together we stand, together we fight. We will rise to the challenge at the Endless Fiend. Nope, together we stand, together we fight. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. We must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Arilith for good reason, and besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. The Mesoterminal now accessible. Alright. So, with a party of NPCs, I just want to see what everyone thinks. So, a Zoe Mancer is what Sphene is. And she's a DPS only. Okay, but no, we're going in with a party of other players. I knew it was going to be an instant pop. Let's go. Let's stance up. Let's make sure we don't go into this without a stance, because that would be bad. There's a DPS that's really ready to go. There we go. All right. Dungeon time. Oh, it looks like the inside of a computer, which makes sense, but... The Mesoterminal, Unlost World. Was that an... Are those... aren't... No, those are like little... Well, I guess they are kind of like armored outrunners. I'm partnered with someone named Happy Burb as a DPS. I probably shouldn't have started sprinting yet.
You've come. I'll begin by wearing you down. I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Here we go. I don't know who had that one.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
I'm gonna guess that's a party-wide or a raid-wide. Seem to be correct. Oh wait, that's a knockback first. This is an interesting fight. I like it.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter, it served its purpose.
Has it served its purpose? I am jacked up my rotation, and I'm currently trying to fix it. Okay.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight. These are loyal executioners.
Oh,
They
okay.
shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Is this like everybody has their own boss fight? Oh, okay. I think that's exactly what this is. Okay. That's a cool fight.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape. Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
That was a cool boss fight. It was like a personal, everybody got their own.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well.
Where
the
are
enemy
the
is at
enemies?
the gates. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Is this the first post-boss pool or the second one? I genuinely don't remember. I think this is the second pool. Can't go that way. What am I doing?
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Memory meld, the immortal remains. I don't know what this is.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
All right. We are all brand new to this.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge.
Okay, what does that mean? I'm gonna go here.
Countless lives are lost in a senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
Okay, how are we supposed to know that?
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy. spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
This is indeed a fight. That is two wipes this dungeon.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
Okay, so this one they say if there's a group of people, it means bigger AoE. So it's going to be a littler AoE over here, big group AoEs over there. Okay. Yep.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Okay. I see how it goes.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
Okay, group of people. So I should be safe, like, right here. I was like right on it, but I was safe.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Okay. GG, everyone. Good job.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Okay, the lightning was kind of interesting. I mostly get how it works.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Okay. Now we progging. This is the farthest we've made it. God, I hate. Like, there is not a whole lot of room for error on that. And it stresses me out. Okay, but we are close. We are almost to the last 10%. We are less than 10%. We are close enough now where if someone dies, I'm confident that we can finish it. I think I jinxed that, honestly. GG! That was a fun dungeon. I love the second boss being like everyone gets their own little boss fight. Like that's so cool. There we go. That was fun. That was a really fun dungeon. Let's see how it sets us up for the trial.
Sven?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
Oof.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Agreed. Let's go. Let's go. That was a super fun dungeon. My bet is we still have voice acting.
Calix.
Okay, I can't hear his name without hearing cow licks, like the little thing that people have in their hair.
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted.
However,
we each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Sure. Everyone's look of determination. My blindfolded eyes.
We are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
It's the people with the neo-regulators, isn't it?
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a neo-regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
They're being used for a summoning. I mean, like, that's literally what the guy just said, but...
What's going on?
She's got the right of it. They should all be running right now.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end.
Okay, here's the arena.
And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Okay, that wasn't the arena like I thought. Oh, the hands from the ground are kind of creepy.
What is that?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques?
The Asians are back.
Keep these close.
The warding scales!
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
Yes! I mean to win. We don't say the second part. The key will never be yours. That's implied. I just mean to win.
That remains to be seen.
No, it doesn't, buddy. It is all but assured. This is 100% the final boss from Final Fantasy IX, Necron. They just changed the head design. That's cool. During this quest, when you have the opportunity to take I want to see what their roles are. So okay. With a party of other players, clear selection, because I don't want to run that dungeon again. Average wait time. Oh, let me get my webcam back. Okay. All right, we are actually going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the bathroom while we wait for. There's 5 seconds left on ads, but it's okay. And you all come back just in time. Look at this. Look at this. Here we go. I should have ate more food. I'll pop it at the very start of this. We got double Gunbreaker, double Makote Gunbreaker.
Evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. You are bound by the limits
I was
of
gonna
flesh. It will betray you.
do a countdown, but I guess we're not.
Drag them to their graves.
So those were not stand in the things. Oh, we don't want to be in there.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this.
I'm gonna assume that's a cleave through the middle.
Kill them.
Okay.
Bothersome.
And we don't go in, but we also don't want to be in front of the hands.
Kill them.
Oh! That was reversed, okay.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Unsure on what the tells are for that. Oh my god.
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now.
Oh, this is an interesting ad phase.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Okay. Easy enough. That's a cool mechanic.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
I don't remember. Oh my god. Okay.
Fight if you must. You struggle in vain.
I think I know how to tell what he's doing. Maybe. I will need to see more
Once the
mechanics to
terror
know for
takes
sure.
root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them.
I think it's gonna be a donut. Okay.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether.
There's no way this is the whole fight. Apparently it is. Wah-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Four player commendations, let's go!
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
Three fire spells! Oh no, there's a shield.
It's shielded.
That was not what I was expecting, I'm gonna be honest.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means.
No kidding.
But I anticipated as much.
He brought it back.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God, damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now. The bearers of memories varied.
Whoops.
Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
Is it enough to shake some of them out of their trance, though? We don't know yet. We have no idea.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Oh, this is when Spheen's not gonna let it happen. Or not Spheen, Wuklamon. Oh no, it's me! This one will be blocked by Wuklamon.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated. but they can be transferred.
Look at the Scions go.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Oh, we're stressing him out now. What am I doing though? Oh, her hands are bleeding. Both of her hands are bleeding.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them together!
Okay, it's just gonna come back. Probably.
The others.
Oh, now I'm up. Arilith, we are running out of time. What are you doing? So that scene has to be different depending on what class you're in. Like that final part right there. Like that sprint was the Gunbreaker sprint, which, yeah. Do scholars smack it with their book? I kinda gotta know.
Careful, you're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tuliyorol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept My promise.
Thank you, Lamati.
Don't talk to Alfino yet. Stola. Let us bask in the victory of a moment, shall we? We can take stock once we've had a chance to recuperate. Tis good to be out of the terminal. What of you? No injuries or lingering ill effects? I believe Calyx was working to transfer his memories at the end there, but he vanished at the exact moment the device exploded. We must have stopped him just in time. Oh, I want to talk to Alice. After dealing that last blow, I hadn't a drop of ether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it through to the end. Nope, not Kryl again. Now we talk to Sphene. It's finally over. Now we'll talk to Alfino. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamachi will be fine. I've been in touch with Valcona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamachi himself apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wook Lamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed, along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, but where there are primals, the Asians are ne'er far. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. All right. Whew. That was a lot. This way. Everybody's at the entrance. Actually, not everyone, only 4 people. No signs of recent violence. The soldiers have been behaving, at least. I was able to speak with Shale in Orenville. I'll share the news with everyone in just a moment. I've given Sphene an abridged explanation of primals and their enthralling influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. Thank goodness. Things are much calmer than I anticipated. Arilith, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Sphene. Orenvale and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we'd feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. You may now enter the Mesoterminal with a party of NPC avatars. Laids in waiting. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only, I am concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahusa? She works the fields at Yupye's Halo not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea! I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Kryl. So this is the place where Mahusa works. Back in Resolution, she seemed most interested to learn about me, yet I would be glad to learn much more of them as well. Sphene's identity will not remain a secret much longer. Her message touched the hearts of people throughout the kingdom. Arenvale and Shale were both relieved to learn of our victory. I could practically hear the tension drain out of their voices, especially Shale's. She was quite worried for us. Look who it is! Good to see you all. Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I am sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pipoane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him in a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal self. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends, if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen Sphene, who tried enticing us to become endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope for me, for everyone. Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pipoane and the others, and the outskirts needs all the spare hands they can get. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-da. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin's sickness as well. Wonderful. I shall petition Gosen to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, 'twould seem. By the way, Arilith, Alphino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamachi back to Tuliolol. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching over at the Drift Downs with Arenville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. This was a lot larger of a content patch than I thought it was going to be, so I don't think we are going to make it to the Alliance raid today. But we'll do that tomorrow then. That'll be our tomorrow stream. Because shoot, we're almost going on 5 hours already of just this. Also, don't misunderstand. I am not complaining by any means. I am enjoying how much content there is with the MSQ. Oh, yeah, this is the blind Viera. Ah, I know that voice, and happy am I to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Galulja, are you? He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Here he is, and there's Arenville. Arilith, how? Ah, come in search of us, did you? You needn't have trekked all the way out here, but it is good to see you. Alize gave us the broad strokes, and Kona had some choice words as well. This one he's gonna be crying.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolve to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
You did your best.
I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Oh? Ah.
My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Aww.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades.
Bro.
That's the path I've decided on.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
Good for you, Galulja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
And that is how you be a friend and help support someone.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Absolutely. I look forward to it. Dang. It's gonna punch you right in the feels. Yet to lift a blade and he wants to spar already. He is Galul Jaja's grandson, alright. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Heading to the back room. Yes, I am. I am heading to the back room. Trial! Well, we had the same idea, I see. I thought it might be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into more serious matters with the city officials. Arilith! Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. The Promise of Tomorrow, the final quest of Dawntrail storylines. Because everything after this is going to be setting up 8.0. Wow. Feels kind of massive, I'm not going to lie. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through so much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kafkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Oh, the preservation facility. The lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summonings. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. 'Twould be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria in the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. While the days in the back room, yes. Several weeks later. Raha passed out? No. Okay.
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
That is a lot of pages, holy crap.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading.
Who's gonna find the mistake
Where
first?
was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Hey, it's the train we worked on.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials.
This is a nice little flashback to everybody we saw during our adventure.
But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
There's the sheriff. Surprised he's not yelling, "Lift with your legs, not your back." This gets us to Tulio, lol. It's Bakul Jaja!
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenote.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Oh, and it's the Mablu? Is that their name?
Greetings!
Yeah.
What a rare pleasure this is. Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve.
But the Vow of Reason is being mean.
And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
Yeah, clearly.
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
Okay.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
Or be who we've become.
We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
She's back!
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
Nice.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Ba-da-bum. So do we get the do we get the pretty living memory back now?
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light?
Aww.
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
We do get the pretty living memory back. Honestly, that's what I'm most excited for, man. I know you could go back and you could do like a new game plus and have it, but no, I wanted it back without having to do that. That would be hard. You would just get hit with all of the memories of everyone you ever loved and lost.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
He's gonna have a good reason for it.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding.
Oh, you did that on purpose, though. Like, even I know you did that on purpose.
What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered.
Living memory does have lights again.
I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
There we go. There's a lot of cutscenes. Let's talk with everyone again. So Sphene is to sit the throne once more. She may have questioned her claim, but Alexandria's citizens have made their feelings known. A new Alexandrian queen has risen. 'Tis an occasion worthy of grand celebration. We shall walk this difficult road together, as Val Wuklamat has assured us. This great nation is set to become an even greater one. How fortunate we are to be here and witness this turning point in history. Galulja was also of the opinion that Sphene should become the Queen of Reason. You would be delighted to hear that she has accepted the role. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Arilith. Wuklamat is right, ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. Tuliyola will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one, so no sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I shall be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamat back to Tuliyola. But what are your plans, Arilith? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us or I'll never hear the end of it. Speak with Wuklamat at Valuk Shunsa. Yeah, we do not have enough time to do the Alliance raid today. So, that'll be tomorrow's stream. Or I don't have time to do it before I have other plans. Orenville, how long has it been since I last walked these streets? Maybe I spent too long in Solution 9, but the city seems livelier than it ever was. Arilith? No one told me you were coming! The memory restoration went well, I am told. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliyola a while. We believe in you, Galulja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Namachi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galulja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. I'm betting those that chose not to wear a regulator didn't get them back. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Arilith, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliolal. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolal, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Arilith. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. It's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me, so until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've already come far, Galulja, and you'll keep on doing us proud. I'm sure of it. Guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Speak with Sphene at Praxis Park. Where is Praxis Park? Here we go. And this will finish up the quest. Alright, Stola. You've had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you may. When did Arenville leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. I hear Galulja has packed his bags and left to train in Tuliolal. Oh, I suppose you would have seen him while you were there. I'll need to give a full account of what happened here to Thancred and the others. That said, Astinian may prove difficult to track down. We've observed no complication with the memory restoration thus far. Thank goodness for small mercies. There are still those who can't decide if they want their memories back. I said I would restore mine after things calm down, but the truth is I'm not sure I'm even ready. So we'll make this a gradual process and give everyone the time they need to prepare, myself included. Arilith, you're here! We were just discussing what is to be done with after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions were the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene, Aetheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphinaud's report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. And I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. That's a lovely idea. I'm glad you agree. Some have yet to receive their requested memories, however, so we shall wait until the initial wave of restorations is complete before proceeding. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, The Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigations, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I woke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while, as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. And we zoom out. I'm gonna be honest, that almost looks like an Asian symbol. Meanwhile, or is it gonna go straight to credits? Nope. He's not dead? Oh, we haunt his, like, dreams.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path.
Are there multiple people in him?
Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
There's an Asian.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol.
Okay.
Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Our winter peers. If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? Really? We only get one single line that time? Okay. Wonder what Otis and Zelenia would think of my becoming the Queen of Alexandria as it is now. Doubtless they would be pleased, yet, knowing them, also beset by worry. As their memory lives on inside me, so shall I strive to rule as if they advised me still, with a calm heart and a mind open to counsel. I am most curious to see how Alexandria is welcomed upon the broader stage of nations. As a heretofore unknown, technologically advanced country, I expect it will be met with considerable wariness. I shall do my humble best to ease the tension of the initial introductions. We've compiled a summary of events and submitted our report to Ojika. As representatives of the students of Baldessian, our thoughts and findings will also be shared with the forum. In less official matters, I am glad to see Kryl find a satisfying end to her personal journey, though it appears her appetite for asking questions has only been sharpened. The Alexandrians adopted our techniques so quickly that they no longer need our supervision to treat the enthralled. You'd be surprised at how many Porksea practitioners we've trained now. Angelo, too, has been looking rather proud of his efforts. Calyx demonstrated knowledge of both primal summonings and concepts. Discovering such techniques through independent study would be nigh on impossible, so we must assume he had a mentor. But how are we to learn the identity of this beneficent teacher? Hopefully, some hint is to be found amongst the remnants of Preservation's work. It is time we began a thorough investigation into the key and its capabilities. I have a feeling we'll be calling on your help in that endeavor ere all is said and done. On a personal note, I should also like to learn more of the Milala. The lore of the Forgotten People will be indispensable in furthering my research. Well, with that, everyone, holy cow, that was a lot. That was a lot. I'm gonna turn that leg back on. Tomorrow we will do the Alliance raid, but I have to process everything that we today. I'm excited to see where it goes. I've got no idea what we're doing. I think Calyx might be an Ascian. I'm gonna be honest. Obviously he's talking to an Ascian, but I think he might also be one. We'll see what comes of that. Apparently Geode is dead. I didn't think he was. I thought it literally because it happened off screen, but they never brought him back, so yeah. Anyway, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down below, YouTube. Let me know what you thought of this video and how you enjoyed it, and that you can catch me live on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalebGames here, where I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. I love you, YouTube, and I will see you around.